Okay. Read in Portuguese Brasilio. Yes. Hello, hello. Hello, it's me. I am here. 1 hour late. I was watching Best Loser play Path of Portrait of Ruin. Very important. Kept dying to Dracula and Death Fight, but you know, you'll get there eventually. Meow. Deck skip. Unlimited. Hey, buddy. Wait time. I just selected time until the next time a dialogue is played, and I'll play in sword mode. He's playing Victor and Mario mode. Meow. I think he's going through all the characters or some shit. He was doing like the sisters yesterday. Or whatever that means. Whatever that freaking means. That also, I felt bloated, so I was like taking my time to eat a hot dog. The first stream. Oh! Daylight savings time's really fucking up my my bowel clock. My poo-poo! Story mode. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation of evidence section are all handled on your behalf. That looks too complicated. What? Not having to do anything but click? What? That's kind of cool. This feature is only available in DD and Soj. It's not in the first game. Well. Z. What? Why, I can just go straight to the ending? What? Meow. What? Yo, special chapter? I'm seeing so many spoilers, bro. Yo, it's in 3D. This museum section contains spoilers. Are we good? Everyone here? The entire planet? Ready to witness this? music alright? You could like do this. I think that'd be perfect. Yo, 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 yo. Oh. Man, I really thought I'd be well rested for today. I told myself I'll sleep early today. So I'm like extra powered up. And then at 9:30 a.m. I was like, maybe I could continue working on the video. And then next thing I knew it was 10:40 a.m. So I'm a bit drowsy, but I'll pick up. I'll just blame daylight savings time, really. Blame it for everything. No idea what the current community is, but I quite like this game. Oh, I was like, huh? I think I saw a bit of Caleb stream this. I think it was the last chapter. I think. Let me get some spoilers real quick. Yeah, it was a Beanie Papa Phoenix. So I must have seen a bit of the first game. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I definitely like Phoenix's design as a character more, but I don't know. Maybe I'll grow on Apollo Justice as well. I don't really have a big margin for likability in characters, so it's just because he looks kind of young, you know, compared to Phoenix. So he looks like a big noob, but that's, you know, that's the beauty of his career. This is young blood, ready to pull miracles. Just trying to find a time to like new game, you know? Like I feel like it's too early, but at the same time, it's gonna kick right in, bro. But if Fruit Shark's here, then I think that's the go time. That's the clue to go. Yuri is a big noob, and that's what makes him great. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna see why. So I feel like, you know, first of all, like this, like once. I gotta talk right now because I'm gonna be reading like 5,000 even more dialogues of lines. So I got a tongue twister my shit, you know? Tongue twist my butthole before going in there. But it's never easy to do a character switch for like a big series with likable characters. So I definitely feel like the game had a bit of a mixed reception when it came out. I definitely felt uninterested because I watched my brother. I was straight up watching my brother play the DS Phoenix Wright like over his shoulder, dude. That's how captivated I was. Just watching the DS screen. I'm like, oh, it's so cool. Then when they came out with this Apollo guy, I was like, all right, red. I kind of like blue more, bro. But yeah. But I mean, like, you gotta switch it up at some point. It's not like Phoenix is gone. Look, he's right there. So, you gotta freshen it up a bit. You can't just be like, yo, we're gonna make a new girlfriend for Phoenix Wright. Ha ha ha. Alright. Gonna get a quick tongue twister though before we go in. Throw me your rough as shit. And then we'll be ready to go. Try me. Come on. I still think you should have played the It's Worth the games before this. Oh, that's such a weird tongue twister. Yeah, but that's like a new release for sure. Yeah, it won't be on discount for a while. You know what I mean? Come on. Do you? I feel like don't you need a couple of context points with the Edgeworth games? How many lows could Rob Lowe rob? Rob Lowe could rob lows. How many lows could Rob Lowe? How many lows could Rob Lowe? How many lows could Rob Lowe? Dude, how? This is like a glitch in the Matrix. How many lows could Rob Lowe rob if Rob Lowe could rob lows? How many lows could Rob Lowe rob? The 66666. The 66666. This is gonna go so bad, man. Uh-oh. Am I dyslexic? I do find like sometimes like when I'm reading things, like just people typing stuff, like I'll typo some words because I think like personally I get to a point where saying a typo, like saying the word as a typo is funnier. And I just start reading it like that. It's like, did they really make that typo? And I reread it. It's like, oh no. That's not the case. So, huh? Bitty butter bought a bit of butter, but the butter Bitty butter bought a bit of was a bit better. Bitty butter bought a bit of butter, but the butter Bitty butter bought was a bit bitter. It made her bitter. But a bit of better butter makes better butter. So Bitty butter bought a bit of better butter, making Bitty butter's bitter batter bitter. Bitty butter bought a bit of butter, Fucking, what's up with games and the politics now, dude? They always talk about that fucking Trump guy, dude. The first it was Neopets, now this. Yo, I know that Photoshop texture filter. Wait, is this Phoenix, right? Showdown time. I might have seen the first chapter, actually. You lose. Oh! Because I recall the card stuff. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dad, someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Huh? April 20th. Yo, guys. Yo. That's when Monster Hunter 3 came out, guys. Wait, was it Monster Hunter 3? I think so. Monster Hunter 3. Ultimate. What? What? Monster Hunter 4 U. What? Wasn't that a Monster that came out on 420? Shit. Monster Hunter 4? Fuck. Hold on. Release date of Monster Hunters. Yeah, Monster Hunter Try came out on April 20th for America. There you go. I wasn't crazy. I had it right the first time. Huh? Anyways. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Oh, good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my gorgeous steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gone, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Ah! Yeah, I guess I saw the first chapter then. Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So you're fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Okay. I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. Oh. Mr. Paynes. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? This is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, A defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn? Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine, but does he have cords of steel?
Let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain their charges, Mr. Payne.
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you and leave in chains.
Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, she. Shabatola.
The crime occurred at the Ball Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head! Smack! Killed him cold.
The customer at the restaurant, you say? The defendant, you say, was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright? A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently your defendant's drink of choice.
Court accepts a deadly bottle as evidence.
All right.
Yo, I got a cookie. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record.
Yeah.
Love me some grape juice. In a bottle? Must be rich. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record.
Right, I have heard of that.
It's the E-button. Use E to look at the evidence so far. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. The sub-basement at the Ball Club. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon. Bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints.
Yo, it's in 3D!
Oh, there's no momentum carry? Why? Grape juice? How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with... No clues here. Yeah, it's a solid ball, huh?
Okay.
Christoph Gavin, 32, boss at Gavin Law Offices, the first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Pianist at the Ball Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown, age 33. Shady Smith. Victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in country. Vincent Payne, fucking loser, 61? He looks young for 61, damn, okay. Okay, Winston. I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right.
Just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant.
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Ball Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Then why kill? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. Don't let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
What? Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that. A game, in a pure sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs to the wrath and blue flame, know its final outcome.
Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime.
My pleasure.
This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing.
I'm a pianist by trade, and I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy.
A pianist who can't play piano?
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor.
My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. You're right. You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher of course in cross-examination? Refresher course, please. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game.
True.
Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with
But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now.
A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it?
Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it.
I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright?
As if Phoenix Wright would never lie. It's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin a cross-examination.
Bro, he's so epic, dude. He's got so many games on him. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song, that's usually all they want. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large.
Then why are you really at the Marshmallow Club?
My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all.
Ah, do I take pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost. Once.
What?
You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once?
Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. Just played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. But black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps through the small window. Keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. The window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in the history. Despite the dark past, it was just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
Good eye, Judge. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yes, a game of hands. Huh?
This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
But that's right. It was a simple game after all.
Are you sure?
Huh?
We're all not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime?
Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense.
I completely let that one slip by.
Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. I'd like to hear it from you.
Sure. Why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I pled silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched a murder weapon.
Hold
it! Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage.
And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes?
Great.
Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something you said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Alright. Hey, well. Present.
Objection!
So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice ball, right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the ball in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears, in our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on the ball in the restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints...
Well, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the ball inverted. There can only be one reason for that.
He's holding it samurai style.
Yes, to brain someone with a bottle. Ah!
Yo, you look like a turtle. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something.
And what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police?
Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still that.
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the 1st floor of the restaurant.
I see, and this is the phone that made the call.
Classic. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's 1st floor. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it as to the authorities. And he claimed he is being uncooperative. I saved Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed Lloyd, I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So, someone else was in the room on the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Hello?
The witness will say their name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So, I use a little hair gel to relax people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
Are you sure? You are sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay.
Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be?
My name is Olga O'Reilly. Yo, like the owl? I am employed as waitress in Box Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht at this naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's picture.
Yeah. Like, for example, this one.
That's the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim. Yeah, that guy died, true. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence that casually dropped into our laps.
The same way as I drop cold bowl of borscht on laps of customers casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
Hold on. No, I keep miscooking. I was in room. The hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. This room where murder took place.
What?
You're looking for the surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
It can only mean one thing. I have to kill Chaos. Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night service.
The night customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last then is done. Something terrible has happened, da. The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That don't make no damn sense. Because
Mr. Wright can't lose.
Justice, maybe you can come up with a more Legitimate objection. What? You hadn't lost in 7 years?
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright.
Yo, he's got 3 fur and 2 A's. And the kings, they're worth more than 7s. 2 full houses. Our house.
Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
What's up, Raga? I started late just for you, man. Thumbs up. That was just for you. So you missed this. I knew you'd be showing up around that time, man.
Chips, you say? I mean, yes, I imagine a poker is war. Your Henderson is your army. And the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in the poker room, the poker head card room number 3.
I didn't get... Oh, I think he means poker face. You can't sign even later for some better practice. Yeah, I know, but... My stomach was rumbly. Also killed Gesharan? You... Shiver Blade first drop? Hell yeah, brother. You're gonna be unstoppable now. I think procs for like 20 damage or some shit. 36 frost damage? I think he means poker face. You gotta go solo Alien Caverns? Simple.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Yeah. Raga Fraga soloed Shan Gowron in the hardcore World of Warcraft classic.
Alright, before that, let me look at some pieces.
Yo, you do be drinking that juice, though.
Goddamn.
Yep. Those are some AI upscaled back of cards for sure. I'd give up too if I were them. Those textures, fuck that. There's way too many squigglies. That night, Custom asked me to deal cards for game. You were dealing cards? You do this often?
Yeah, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borch, card, more borch.
More borscht.
It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Borscht Ball Club, where Borscht is as warm as the waitresses.
Thank you for not handing out flies during the cross-examination.
Well, that could be a clue, though. Let's go, but both players play with hats on, da. Currently, what's going on right, guys? Mr. Wright may have killed someone? Huh? And he asked me to defend him? But I'm new! What? Could anything else go wrong? Damn, about there. It's only April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Ball Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going there.
When it comes to hot borscht, the cold is best seasoning, yeah? The victim, he plays the whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, it must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much left.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket?
Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she cut it there.
No, a locket's a locket. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society.
Heart of hearing or heart of understanding. So what happened next?
Huh? That'll be a lockety. Sorry guys, I'm a clicker. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened now.
Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Mrs. O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. I remember I trembled with fear. That's like my thing, man. Yeah, he practices chords of steel for this. Yo, it's his first day. Let him have some fun, bro. Come on. It's just someone's life on the line here. It's not that big a deal. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Well, no, I can't say I've heard the defense try this tactic.
If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me.
Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game.
Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated.
So it always is with men like him.
Winners make sore losers.
Oh, how the mighty fall.
Your Honor, it's a skill issue.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, really. Why, like, you know? Strangling him to death, but isn't the murder weapon a freaking battle, brother? Boink! Yeah, I'll present this. Ah, my life is on the line! I mean, what else, frick? The music didn't stop. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Sure about that?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice.
That didn't go so well.
Okay, I didn't think it through, it seems. Oh. That's... I mean, like, I'd say it should have been like a 2-way thing, you know, like the ball could also be like the court record. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blood trauma to the forehead. That's kind of hard to do with strangling.
Objection!
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Ah, normal customers only choke on borch. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now? Did you witness the crime? Damn, okay.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yeah, it is fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during an investigation.
Bro, did you ask his permission first, though? It's kind of like, it's kind of rude.
Oh, that's quite shocking, isn't it? That we didn't have this before? This head surely was hit. Why did we get this picture before, huh?
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he launched at victim, his neck.
Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I caught you in your own lie this time.
Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead.
Let's stop beating it.
Such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. Huh? Alright, well, with this new information, we can tell that he was really suited up, man. Yeah, forehead. Back. Both players played with hats on. Duh. As the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry, I must be forgetting this.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, but then changed his mind and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I'll let you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me.
There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Miss Wright, and... this is the loop thingy. Well, if there's a mark on the forehead, there should be... We don't have any time on this, but... I mean, we'll just present this, because... Fuck, man! I thought I could, like, point out that there's no fingerprint. Yo, I'm losing to the freaking tutorial, bro! Community college. No. Cracks me up in these games. I'll witness is caught lying, and then the judge is like, "Give them a chance." No, hold on. I would have done a better job, so I'll give you a slip. Did you win, Best? Did you beat Dracula and Death? What do you think? Well, I think no, but... So, I mean... Do you dig through the ditches, burn through the witches, stab in the back of the Dragula, bro? But I get it, it's a pun. Nah, I made it to the second phase, but that first phase lasted way longer than I thought. I'm going to grind for levels offline. Bro, Rudy did it at level 1, man. Come on. Yeah, he didn't even get to the second phase when I was watching, so I was like, okay, brother. Was the headshot picture a red herring? I'm not that patient. True. That's a lot of time to be putting in that challenge for sure. Let's just go over stuff real quick. Yabba yabba. This is I don't know why I did it for that one.
Hold it!
Just gonna say it's cold. This one is a bit peculiar though. I don't know if I can find any clues to that. Is locket. The grip? The grip in that locket? And the judge goes on a tangent here.
Hold it!
Alright. Well, it's definitely gotta be something with the last. Let me press that again.
-1 point. There are babies in the courtroom, Apollo Justice, Mr. Justice.
I mean, I do find it fishy that the bottle has no, like... I mean, if you hit someone right with a ball, it's not gonna break. Like, I feel like the base, you know, right here is like very reinforced. A good hit right there. If you were to hit it there, then it would possibly crack. But here, yeah, you can get away with it, you know? So I don't want to present that. There's blood on his forehead and there's nothing on the bottle. Is that a thing? But blood can come after a hit. Doesn't mean that it has to transfer right away. Right? It's not like his head exploded or something. Is that a bald line or... Why is that blood like that, huh? If it was bleeding, well, we can't really see with the hat here, but could it have absorbed the blood? But that doesn't make any sense. Cell phone. Texture, he doesn't have eyes. Very peculiar. What was the card game picture taken? I don't think we get to have that info, is the thing. details is just too. When crime took place. Relatively, yeah. The tables, wait. Can we see it here? No, we can't. No, you were going something like maybe the tables between were changed. The hands look the same. It's not like, oh god, like play with the evidence or something. Why would you take the time to put the hat back on his head if you're going to leave the ball? Well, the thing with the hat on is hat removed during investigation. So they took this picture and then they removed the hat off to be like, yes, we can see that there was of course, trauma to the head. You know? Yeah, the hat is intact, so that is a good indication. But it's like I mean, like it's a rim hat, you know. It could be like. Yeah, I'd like to present that, but is the game gonna get the wrong idea, you know? And we're gonna be like, what are you trying to say, my brother in arms? Text adventure. Because like we could present the picture with the hat to be like, yeah, well, what's up with the hat then, huh? It sure looks intact. The phone is what happened is that after the crime happened, the defendant, which is, you know, the guy that we're suspecting from killing the guy, which is Mr. Wright, went to the first floor to call the police, basically telling on himself. So I did not look at it though. Ah! Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. Should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Well, he just doesn't care. I'm sure that's not gonna be important. Well, that's good to know. Take a SIM card. Okay. You play Snake? Well, I have to check if the batteries were fine first, but Apollo, he won't. He has no authorization to touch it. Yeah, we have two paths here. Either three, two. The bottle is intact. Or the hat is intact. Wasn't there another one? If I didn't take 2 L's, I'd go a bit crazy right now, but... Yeah, I recall when I watched Caleb, we were like... just... at a wall here too, or... like this tutorial is kind of complicated. Not just saying that because I'm being a noob right now, but... Wait. Why is the ball like that though? Why would she take a picture? Yeah, I see what Braga is trying to say now. The time of the crime? It's like, why is the ball like that? Why'd she take a picture after? Is there a point? They do seem to match, yes. I checked that earlier. They got these chips that seem to be kings over there. 2 aces, and these seem to be 7s. The current card deck is still there. No, so this is okay. No, this is after. Who took this picture again? Was it Olga? I don't think so. They just have a color version for some reason. Must have been her because the crime scene photos are black and white. Yeah. But that's... So she just took a picture like, oh, well, he's a sore loser. I'll take a picture of his hand because he lost. This is why he killed him. You know? But right now we're like talking about like way to strangle his victim, then change his mind. Those are simply blunter means to do the job. Strangle them and hit him. Something's fishy about all this. And I thought I could present that there's no markings on his neck. I mean, you know, after a couple hours. Well, I mean, like, if you, well, he didn't kill by strangling, so it must have, like, he didn't strangle, but it's got a word there, weird. I suppose implying that he's trying to strangle, but also. You underestimate us. I'm guessing. Right, try to go for there's probably the locket, right? But I'm looking a bit forward. They try to go for strangling because he had like a locket or something. And it's not there. I meant to back up, not forward. I present the picture here. Because the locket's not in there anymore. Which contradicts the fact only 3 people. There's always someone in the window, isn't there? Well, that was back with the black market type shady stuff. That's not the case anymore. They just mean, when they were talking about that, they just meant that someone, when they were doing shady deals, someone would be looking over the window. Yeah. And three is okay, but for the goddamn crowd and such a small room. I think it has to be the locket here. Because Olga's implying that he was going for a strangle, but I think he was just trying to reach for the locket instead. Might as well try. Well, I'm gonna be down to 2 health bars, man.
I can't live with that embarrassment. What am I gonna do? Fucking save scum?
But your ass, I will. This feels too early to be resorting to such tactics. All right. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck. I believe she said?
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Every time I look, it makes me laugh. And what the hell is down Shady Smith's head? Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
But what does it mean? If you are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taking it off?
Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Oh! Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say!
Yeah, he's just wearing it.
I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter.
Yeah, come again? Mr. Ring, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So, Mr. Wright has a locket too? But why don't I buy that this is just coincidence?
You had sex and it was not Edgeworth? Empreg? That's gotta be Empreg. Well, now if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly.
Wait, Mr. O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant.
Guy stops being a defense attorney for a few years and this happens. Guys, keep your job on your head or else you will have sex. Bad. You can't have that. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. Else chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was the victim. It was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided. Defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Bam!
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. The failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret why I don't. I come and tell the truth.
He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years. This testimony must be wrong.
You wouldn't just lie.
The game began with 3,500 points in chip for each man. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points.
Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Christoph, oh really? 7,000? All chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Yeah, of course. Huh? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are porker chips. Porker. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the owl block. Not a motorcycle chip.
Hey. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chips. 100 points chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. And I've added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want a witness to add to her testimony? Add to testimony.
Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny.
Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor.
No.
One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. So Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'm gonna think of something to ask.
And quick.
The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100. The big ones are 1,000. Right. Of course.
Ha! Don't waste our time.
Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Kevin made me supper, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? This is a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation. Right was actually winning, possibly. I will not go over the pictures yet. But it's not because it seemed like he had less chips that he was technically losing. The one was winning, I was victim. We'll go over the presses first though. You tell me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing. It must have been the most unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take another picture of him. He would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table.
So you're telling us it was one-sided game?
One-sided end. For last hand, defendant played with odd chips on table and lose. Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind.
It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture.
Yeah, no, never mind. Wright was fucking... Damn, he was getting old. Well, we have to tally up first. Maybe the bigger chips are actually the hundreds. You know? I'm not in the mindset for math right this moment. Give me 3 minutes.
That's truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's.
One with highest number wins, so defendant loses.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant had crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next.
Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Why am I pressing this?
And what happened next?
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble now. I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur?
What such thing?
The defendant had been hitting the victim. Yeah, I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a body coming down on the victim's head.
Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal is to gather information.
Yes, sir.
Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. Was that really the last one? Alright. What is history? Oh, man. So let's see. We have big chips. 339 on Shady's side and 10 here. And small chips. We have a total of 6. The big chips are worth 100. So, Shady had 2,900 and Ryan had 4,100. So there's an extra one missing or something missing or something? No, if we tally up the small chips as 1,000, it goes up to 6,000. And if we tally up the big ones for 100, it goes for 1,000. So 6 plus 1, 7,000. So Shady Smith was clearly losing in this case, which is a contradiction. I present this.
Objection!
Guys, I'm so smart, man. I went to preschool. You sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
It seems the new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course, duh.
Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man saw it with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1 carried a 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
how much is it?
do it yourself. You're in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
Why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Hey? Starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. Both were right. Chip count being like the points allocated to the. Both were right. Usually, the both is the right answer. I'm trying to. What's the context here? Like, I'm guessing the chip count was. Is it like the amount of chips, or is it like the points associated with each chip? Which in this case is why it adds up to 10,600. The starting points being 3,500, which adds up to 7,000, which is not what's implied, because we're definitely playing with 7,000 points at all. Who would play with 10,600? That's such a random ass number. You know? So they can't be both are right. I mean, I don't see my health bar being fucked, so I'll just... The other thing here is the number of chips. Right, Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just the case? Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Even our judge with his failing eyesight could count them. It's not the only thing failing the judge. Let me ask you again. Alright, we'll do both then. Fuck, shit. My bad, I thought it the wrong way. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, and there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. Why? I don't know how we get to that conclusion with the both for right, whatever. Both were right, but what? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness, utter madness! Show me the photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips, then large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. But... Oh! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and then Mr. Wright, the defendant, 4,100 points. Well, now, seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. What? Impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? What? Was that? What was that in there? A crab? The brr. Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the... Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see... See what, Mr. O'Reilly? Do we see? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat! Cheat? You don't mean... a trick? Wait, or do you mean... a scam? They're all the same thing! Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chip as they are. Great. It's just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took ball in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folk, it's time to throw back the covers. It's time to slice or throw. Full house is a very high-scoring hand.
Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career.
What is this? Some kind of secret court porkering? Pork? Justice? You know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. Two cards with the same number makes a pair, and three makes a three of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with one pair and one three of a kind. That's a full house. Huh. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow. They both have full houses.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defendant may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional conman losing when they cheat? So the other guy must have been a bigger cheater, of course. I'll cheat the cheater. Last hand, both men had full house. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It's quite hard, da. It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right.
Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, da, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
True.
It's for each card in deck, from ace to king. Or of each card, you say. Ah, there's one spade, one diamond, one heart, and one club for each card. It is interesting that the fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh? You don't say.
Did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? And add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year. What?
Huh. You don't say. Is that one day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year on a deck of cards.
Huh. You don't say.
We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious.
How was it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith said 3 aces. And Mr. Wright 2.
Obviously cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say...
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony, without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well, the witness will add this detail to our testimony. Please.
Smith has 3 aces and Mr. Wright 2. It is 5 aces in all. Yeah, but they're playing with 2 decks. This is such a non-issue.
The 5th ace.
Yeah, it should not exist, no. I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Well, where did this card come from then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is known as serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
You bet. I've no intention of staying quiet. Not me, no sir.
Better find some contradicting evidence fast. The next moment, game becomes argument that the defendant's trick was exposed. you recall what the men were arguing about? Yeah, I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheater!" And then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection!"
Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life. However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith.
Humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to the defendant's heart.
What did the flaming defendant do next?
Judge, you can't just say that. What? Took ball in his hand and poor Mr. Smith. By ball, are you referring to this? Yeah, the defendant uses this ball to...
His behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant.
Well, why use a grape juice ball?
You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon.
This juice is recommended drink of Ball Club, da. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition, now she says there was cheating. Does this notice anything on? His testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed it. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we? Right, leave it to me. Do I have? Anything that talks about the two decks? They talked about it. I do think we can see another card down here. That's the two of spades. What? She's just straight up lying, dude. Is she dumb? This is 4 aces. Are you dumb? Hold on. They can try, don't lose HP. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken, but my name?
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo.
Maybe one of them is holographic and turns into an ace when you look at it funny.
What?
What the fuck? That's not why I'm clicking. I'm guessing I'll just click the cards. Should be fine. Yep. Oh.
Take that!
They're like, oh, but that's a king. That's not an ace.
You gotta click the ace, I guess.
Mr. O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Well, I guess she does say about 2 kings. But as you can clearly see, the victim Zan only held 2 aces.
Well, or maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Yo, are we in kindergarten or what? Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin, how do you keep reading my mind? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
cards.
Mr. Payne?
Yes?
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Now, which of these ends is more suspicious? Well, Three Kings is definitely hard to get. Is there like... Well... Oh, I was gonna say, why is this cards backwards? But it's probably just to make it... Well, yeah, it's just the aces. That, like, the king and the bill could have been placed on top. Yeah. You know, that's suspicious. No one holds their cards like that. Like a fucking... Like a podium fucking shit. Like, right makes more sense because it's like, toot, 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 like a staircase. But here it's like, toot, 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 toot. You know? Suspicious. We'll check the victim's hand. It's the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. Well, I guess that point too. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. Oh, examining evidence. Be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Yeah, I know. I got a mouse, bro.
Okay, let's do this.
Oh. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. What was that, Mr. O'Leary? No, I merely said, oopsie. Your Honor?
Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss O'Reilly? She's the cheater, a professional at wagering. The audience shaking their heads, shaking their damn heads in disappointment.
Order, order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. Ergo, Miss Olga really conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga, really? Oh, really? Are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am guilty. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder. Crab! I knew it.
Mr. Payne? Where is your witness, Mr. Olga, really?
It appears she has lost the consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggested a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What? I did it! I held out!
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
That's a familiar objection. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs. Blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slip into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, what was the card swap? What? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah, thanks for the news, Bolton, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh, it might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne.
It might not be.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? I mean, she could have been setting up like a scene. Hold up. It was the king. I knew it was fishy. The Diamond King? Yeah. Like, that wouldn't make sense with how you're holding cards if it's just like slapped on top of it. So, during the murder, because there's like, you're hasty, and she said she changed the wrong card in her shit. I'd say during. Well, does it imply like, I mean, he's killing the guy. She couldn't have been like, shh. So if she's setting up a scene, it would be after. Oh shit, he's killing him. Quick, let's make him look like he cheated. I'll just say after. Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh, yeah, I guess if you're hiding your cards in your hands, like, you can see the shit, you know? Quite true. I forgot that makes it pretty obvious, huh? That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another?
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card?
But who?
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and a witness, Olga O'Reilly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue?
Someone else.
The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Miss Olga O'Reilly either.
What are you suggesting?
Hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swept during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swept the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find out indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swept it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than that possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial is proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
Hey, 1 hour, 50 minutes and that shit? Oh, we were. Fuck. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Ray. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. It's a picture of my daughter in there. Who's the mom? I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never... Honest, but... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Try as they might to conceal it. Everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. Head scratchies. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Damn, I didn't even realize. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all for information for the reading. It's a secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But, I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. I almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there. Defending me. I need your power. My, power? But I had no idea my coach of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Oh. Oh. New jingle? Yeah, since there's like 4 chapters in this, well, the sequel's at special episodes, so. Were they in the base game? I don't recall. I wouldn't know. I'd never played that game. But I don't know if that's the case. Like the tutorial chapter is much longer than the usuals. After all those years defending weirdos who never told me the truth, feels good to do it somewhere else. You know, this is fun.
Sorry.
Court will now reconvene. What's up, Seven? You know, my life's on the line, but it's kind of thrilling.
Has our witness, Miss Olga, already recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear a version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. Yeah, they can just start saying nonsense or, well, you know, if you're fatigued, you're more likely to slip up, so make more sense. The defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Seven, stop playing Duck Upon Kingdom, man. Oh, really? Why you knew too much information last time, man? There's no fun trying to figure it out if you already know it. So it's like, oh, you know, I can't even use my smarts to figure out the systems. I know, but you know. Just how it is, man. They're saying that Thunder Sword in Prague. What the fuck, man?
The witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Not.
A pirate! Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like "oh really." That's the truth. Hope you're satisfied.
Witness, you will tell the court that what you were really up to that night.
Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Yeah, really.
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was playing at the Borscht Ball Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress.
So we're in cahoots with the victim?
So we were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in certain circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to play the card in the Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would reach around. Smith would call them out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swept the cards!
Exposes a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made it a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed and cheating would cast down on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, oh really. How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake.
A mistake?
I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be slipped free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly.
Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad!
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Judge, you can't be flirting with the witness. The virgin. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. cheating because he out-cheated the cheater? Or why you cheated her?
Surprisingly frank testimony. It leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trip was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice.
Well, that's the power of emulation, Seven. It's just, when modern gaming is not quite there yet. There's, some games that are starting to implement speed up, but well, with witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? At night, I planted the car like I was supposed to.
I misclicked. Hold it.
This planted card. What was it? Which car was it exactly? The trump card.
My trump card.
The 5 of hearts.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched to fire with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, where you serve borscht and suckers.
Mind me to never go there.
Of course, the car was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him.
Hold it!
So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and not fraud.
There was worse things to be known as, I suppose.
That was what happened with the search. Wait. But after losing, why would he search him? That doesn't make sense.
Aha, you were true, you were gonna cheat.
Aha! Why didn't you cheat right there, you stupid? Am I missing something? But the planning card was gone. The trap failed.
Hold
it! The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, 5 of hearts. Gone without a trace. Poof, zippo. Oh, what? Okay. Okay. So she planted a bad card, but Wright was supposed to play better or something? We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career, never has Quick Fingers O'Reilly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So what did happen? What did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 hearts is still missing in action. Next moment, Wright picked up a ball and swung it.
Hold it!
Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. But, well...
The hand scratch!
What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder?
Press harder.
Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him.
You're doing that shit again.
With my own eyes, I saw it.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting?
That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it?
Yep. Jip.
What's going on? I'm freaking out! Bloodlust. The sensation is coming into focus. There, that twitch. It's so clear.
I smell a rat.
It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Perceive.
Gotcha!
Slices her hand off. Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you aren't aware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. Okay, so my neck. So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what she's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us.
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what will remind her of the most of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. Apollo, we're not on the same wavelength, ma'am. Did she get hit in the back as well? Is there a kerfuffle? The weapon. Impression. Well, I guess. What else could leave an impression? My fucking attorney's badge? Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now? Lily, move. Lily, move.
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, was it? Not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Justice. I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. Lily, come on. Hey. Okay. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please, now.
Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got here.
Hold
it! You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, He must have been stunned by the weight of this crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think.
Her testimony is...
It's fine. Fuck you.
It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got here. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that.
Take that!
Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Bourse Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. It's the lobster, it's not the crab. Fuck. I've been had by the pinchers. And when we picked up the bottle and swung it that night, wasn't the defendant. Well, cool. Case closed. Bye, there. Showdown time.
You dirty cheat. Check his pockets, now.
Check him, BC. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Miss Smith grabbed a ball from next to right. And he hit me.
You? Some massive cheater you turned out to be.
When I came to, the victim was already dead.
Is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in the league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming!
It must have been me who was in with a bow, and I'm imagining all this.
It appears the prosecution is at its wit's end. And frankly, I can't blame them. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that as the defense in this case. We are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. With Frankie Muniz? What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. But, Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person.
This theory again, your 4th person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our core who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had an impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. It was a dog. Who is this fourth person? I always get put on the spot like this. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Was it Christoph Gavin? Was it Phoenix Wright? Was it Shady Smith? He showed up and said it? Winston Payne? He does say a lot of bullshit. He could have just said that. Or was it Olga O'Reilly when she wasn't there at the beginning? Hired by the victim to destroy Phoenix Wright's reputation. You, the player!
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person then. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue. The ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
Competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph. Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
That's gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about?
Only one thing to do.
No, I read it that way. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request no such thing. What did you say? Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related?
Help, guys, there's a killer right next to me. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly...
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Burp. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yeah, why not? This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. I read that wrong, by the way.
Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
I'm French, I can't even do it. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at a table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress.
What the hell?
The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Morris Bowl Club on the night of the murder.
I dine with him rather frequently.
He talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder.
Quite against my will, I had become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Miss Wright? No, mister, for you. Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took you on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice? Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir.
Meow.
Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright?
This can't end well.
Why can't I have a normal trial?
Meow. Appetite before murder.
That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Morris Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates were and such on the table were from your dinner.
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met.
I believe I did say that.
You're always all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright.
What are you hiding this time?
When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Now about this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga really mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards.
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Okay, I forgot about that context, please. 5 aces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover.
A quirk?
I'm a bit quirky, I gotta say, Your Honor. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. I'm a big fan of Alanis Morrison. I felt like I had to put my hand in my pocket. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice.
The murder weapon?
Hey, it ain't there, bro.
Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
Ball of wedge between the deceiver and the would-be deceived.
Oh, I gotta see this shit. Where is it? I thought it'd be like behind the print, but... Hello? Alright, well, glad we clarified that.
Ball of wedge between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
Hard inside a murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in the investigation?
So that was a lie.
Maybe I'll take a look.
Did it just appear now? That's right, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this ball of wedge. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Discovered hold on, did it show up? It ain't there, though. Discover the trap during the game and dispose of the card in the ball. What? Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming.
Oh, so you struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me.
At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't.
At the end of the trial, you look at it again and it will say deadly ball. There's always been the card inside the ball of grape juice. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. You made a call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So, there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in.
Little?
He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on the scene like that. So when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law of officers would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Got to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. I just present that they're not in there. We see their handprints, but this music is very PlayStation Mega Man X, by the way. It's crazy. I just wanted to point it out. What y'all think? Because I damn well know we have this piece of peculiarity still going on, but I can't do anything about it. So I have to, I'm thinking like I have to imply that there's nothing in the ball, which means it's hidden somewhere else. Which would be the back of the cell phone, maybe. Or something's back there. Yabba gabba goal. Yeah, maybe it's just a different ball, because technically, like, if Shady Smith really did hit O'Reilly with a ball, well, this says his Prince. So, maybe... Does he talk about the ball here? There was no call to the ball, so I don't think that's a good point to make somehow. I was trying to see if I could see some a couple times. I mean, there was the last chapter in the third game. Was there something in this? Well, there was one with twice involving his girlfriend. Cruella de Vil, or whatever her name was. One was in the college, and the other was during that one ceremony, I think. And now this. Anyways, but we have the cut. Which, you know, contradicts the... Fuck, I keep trying to go back, but the button's so small. Because the autopsy report says it's a single blow to the forehead, nothing about bleed. Being cut in the head. So that's a contradiction. But he still died. So we have two paths. Either the card's not in the ball, or the autopsy report doesn't line up with what he's saying. True, true. Well, I did say like it's hard to see, blah 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 blah. Let's do a ball, take a hit, if anything. Objection! I mean, we're wondering about the card where it went, so it's the right way to go for now. Mr. Wright, if I may, it's because like he says he disposed it in it, so where is it right now? Where are we? Clearly, that's our course of action. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No?
Well, Mr. Wright, surely ellipsis isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Cabin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging your investigation either. When you looked inside that bottle, there was nothing.
So, what's going on?
Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again?
Oh, did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue with our cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh! Push him harder, Justice.
Break him.
It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why did I get the feeling we're not on the client's side anymore? That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Okay, so there are two contradictions then. This guy, Christoph is asking me to point out his lies, so... the music and then stop! My game glitch. I'm. Did I do it on this? No. Did I? Oh man. I don't know if I just did it on the wrong one. I don't recall if it doesn't move or if it moves. Check your history. True. Yeah, blood from a cut from here.
True, that's such a handy burn.
They could say what you pressed the push presented though. So you know that, well, unless you're that stupid and you forgot, but hey, it's a little detail. It could have made sense. I see we. Well, maybe this is different now. Okay. Okay. And it's not the top C not lining up with the is it the picture then? Does that look like a cut? I don't know if that's like his hair or... Hat. Hat was back on. Did he put it back on? But when he returned, it means... So he put the hat... If that's the case, Phoenix put the hat back on. Because how would you know he was bleeding from the forehead?
Your Honor, the phone was censored to be on the DS.
It's not... It's just... Come on. I think that makes sense, right? Is that the best picture we can do? I right-clicked. Is that hat being replaced actually going to come into play? Well, it just implies that Phoenix, like, if he walked in there and he saw that it was clearly a cut from his forehead, he tampered with the evidence. Because how would he know otherwise if the... It's not, you know, like if he could see it, but with the hat on. But we're just trying to catch him lying right now. So he like, he tells us something, right? Go for the KO, as Gavin said. Please, I don't want to be new. Works every time. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? Check a look at this photograph at the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Huh. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, you put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head.
Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And?
I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why did you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Mr. really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still a client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 70 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone. That night, recall that I spoke with the defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded on conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. First off, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate?
Hot day. Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, I said, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne?
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear the defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. I will break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber.
I thought today would turn out like this.
May I? Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's this all about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. You're missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this... blood? Man, I love withholding evidence. I love using my daughter to withhold evidence. You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's faith is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I had seen her recently, but... where? That's when I made the connection.
Bloody ace. Could this be the missing 5th ace?
Phoenix Wright is so good, he's on trial for murder and he gets his defense attorney locked up instead. Now that's a skill check. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. No clues here. Sorry, I wasn't done with break time. Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Christoph, Gavin, will you please take the stand? Oh, then if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the witness states his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone in this work.
Fine. I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Papa.
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Wright?
What do you think you're doing, right? Well, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Apollo. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time? Being the instant he was hit.
Sorry, pal, my theme song is playing.
Apolilio.
Pen, pineapple, apple pen.
Oh! Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime. The hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. That's what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl. And Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when a call came from Wright.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only proper window of opportunity. Right, Apollo?
Oh!
Hey!
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't believe I'm going up against Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
Mr. Payne's just there for emotional support at this point. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see you. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. Must have been right after the murder took place.
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder? Really? No need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead as he appears in the photo.
Hold it!
By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a ball in his hand.
Hold it!
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Mr. Phoenix, right? Who else could it have been? But why did you talk to the police?
Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, the office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But, that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reasons did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Huh? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. The fifth ace. Right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point out to a reason?
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out a reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace?
It was stinky and Mullard. Yeah?
Take that!
Music? If that didn't work, the reason is this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade.
What?
This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace?
Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Boys Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I give it to my daughter. The cards are stuck in trade after all.
Objection!
No! Impossible. Unacceptable. The court can accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for?
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose the killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right? Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Yeah, well, it happened like 60 times, so what do I care? Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I have told you that one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless. Conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime.
A scene in your head.
Or have it visually presented. Wow! Yo, what the fuck? It's like I'm really there, bro. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on the victim's hand. In the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive problem with the scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Hey, why is it all fucked? Yo, what up? So he had the hand, but then the droplet from the back of his head fell in the victim's hand. There was a single card with a drop of blood on it within the victim's hand. But then, like, his head fell to the floor and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. And a drop of that had fallen on one of the cards. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Then swooshed it away. So it's the victim then? Because if he had it in his hand, how could it trickle down onto it? I'm gonna die, bro. I'm gonna fail the passing note. Well, it seems so complicated with the victim, so I'll say the victim. It's not like Mr. Gavin, you know. Oh, well, it doesn't make sense because he should have been in there. Like, stop.
Take that!
Well, isn't the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Then consider that perspective. Take a look at the photo again. If you blend this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Yo, am I gonna do it? White out. Oh.
Chair was facing the other way.
It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing a scene in the photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at this diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location? Wait. I don't recall Christoph saw his bald head. Press O play. Can you see? Is it like an angle thing? Like. It's not like any of the tool would make sense. Yeah, fuck you. I'm not a noob. What doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? Oh, no, of course you do, sir. As I thought.
Mr. Justice, I'm a little hard of hearing. Did you just say something? Would you be kind enough to show the court one more time what you mean?
Okay, I get it now. The killer's location doesn't make sense, because how could he attack him to the front of the head if he's behind him? Which, I mean, he could have moved, but surely it's not the witness. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, so it's implied that the killer would have been right there, which is why, like, the killer being here doesn't make sense. So like that, not take damage. Victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes?
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Phoenix, please! Well, if the victim was struck while he was sitting, as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. He was in the closet on this day, bro. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Why would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Stop! This freaking mouse. That's right. I don't have to double click.
Take that!
Killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for a flare, but that's all you'll get.
I thought it was under something there, too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed a cupboard and hit him from above?
Simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there.
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Yeah, maybe he was playing prop hunt at that moment. It was like, oh shit, what's going on here?
Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Ah, Your Honor?
What?
There's one more thing your man should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Paulo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Oh, then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness?
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from the investigative team at the Borscht Ball Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? What did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What?
Yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like their killer. See where a line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Did I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, the killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind a cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Why'd you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. This whole guy really was that cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But this time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then the killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Ugh.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin, but I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
What if I accidentally convict my boss for murder when my first day on the job? Hey, promotion ahead, you know? Easily. That's how you do it. No need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics at first hand. Your point, Mr. Mr. Gavin? Sorry, the board's still processing. Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared out of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demanded an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a ball upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo, Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like, what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking this explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice.
So you haven't said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the ball were upside down?
I don't know why I thought that was the court record. It's to shake the card out, of course. How would you shake it out? By holding it or holding it up? How do I prove or point that out? You know, you take it there, and then you slap it on the butt. Boop, 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 boop. But wouldn't the prints be down there too? Right? Hello? Anything here? Why would the fingerprints be upside down? Phone call. Bloody ace. With the reverse grip. I mean, it's the only logical explanation, really. You'd have to, like... Yeah, but wouldn't there be more prints afterwards? I get that. I was thinking about that, but... And, well, it would still have the cap on, so the contents wouldn't spill. Is the answer really that they love him grape? They love him juice? That's why his prints were on it? That's the two options. But is presenting the ball itself still an option though? What would I do with that? I'm thinking it's the foe then. He's not wearing gloves. I mean, he hit someone with that ball. Was it a different one? Is it really the grip? It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. I don't want to take an L, man. It's stressful. I want to be epic winner all the time, 100%. Place that ball on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you can actually go to pick up the ball by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano. Balls are great juice on the floor to the side of this piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the balls upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. We call her dinner that evening, Christoph. I was chugging that shit. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the ball on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. That makes sense. Order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Cowan? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where's your proof? But proof? That's as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. What's up, Koji?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Huh? Your Honor? When you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the balls from under the piano at the Borscht Ball Club. Here's one of the balls in question. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. This Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? The card. But why? Just humor me. What, Mr. Wright? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? But that's some bottle. There's something inside the ball. Oh, what? Remove the S feature? What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, her little swindling Devashka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the hand in the last hand, and just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is... The planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside a ball. The 5 of Hearts. This is the card. The balls were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. The awakening? No, the lobster! Damn, he didn't go Super Saiyan though. I guess he's that cool, huh? That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, Miss Wright. Mr. Wright. Tete-a-tete.
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Believe the same, we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. You're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
Not that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. Not profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years. You still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. The work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty.
Why are they shaking their damn heads, bro? We won.
Oh, I wanted to see that guy get killed. Court is adjourned. He didn't even go Super Saiyan. That was lame as shit.
Oh, that took 6 hours? God damn. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... One question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Yabba dabba da, is this true?
Of course.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? The vibes are off. What was that, Mr. Wright? You have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. The day was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Monkey? Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified, you said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my doctor's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Officers after all. Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean the bright and gold law officers? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. Nah, I'm average job. That incident 70 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? Well, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. Huh. A piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I bet this was the forged evidence. The guard? I mean, it did come out of nowhere. But what about the back of his phone, bro? What's the mystery behind that? I mean, wait. Wow! If I say this, it's gonna be something else, and if I say something else, it's gonna be the bloody ace, man. I mean, it probably a recreation just to play into the motives. What else could it be? A fucking barrel? Come on. Are you really backing down now? 22 is free, baby. Take that! Told you like, you missed the fucking ending, bro. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. But what if I presented the phone? I could have had a secret answer. Brad, dude. Yes, that car wouldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. But if our star was free, the court can accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think that the only person who could claim that there was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Ah! The verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you...
Sorry.
You really? Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So, it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. You freaking cheated, bro! None of that matters much now, does it? Huh? Oh! Damn, he punched me in the gut. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Until I come back as a side character. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. Find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. Had a good time. As the main character, troll. Wait, that's right? What? Was that Miss Phoenix Wright all along? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. And cool. Yo! Yeah, I definitely recalled Gavin being the killer when I watched Caleb stream it, but I completely forgot how it got to that. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I was spoiled, but I definitely don't recall the next chapters, though. I think I just missed them all because I was working at that point. I was just stabbing every now and then while doing something else. Yeah, I was just some dude. I forgot my first trial hijacked by 2 old dudes. So it would be a bit awkward to start the next episode, right? That was a good cutoff point. We can get a sneak peek, but, you know, we could just start fresh next week. What do you guys think? And we can play EDF. You know? Little bit of EDF, I know. Yeah, we'll watch the intro to get like a sneak peek. Next time on Apollo Justice. Do you want to play Monster Hunter 2? No. Why? 7's got a snooze? Why, Tires? It depends if Koji's awake too. He said, "Hey," and then disappeared. He started dancing. You've ever played. I mean, isn't Monster Hunter Freedom basically just that, but with more? Not Unite, but Freedom. I played Freedom. Meow. Anyways, we'll get a sneak peek. A 1-day sale. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Ow! Damn, no, Phoenix died. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops. No, Larry! You die. Will declare manslaughter. Isn't the village the one where there's a stone in the rock towers that you can lift off? The sword and shield weapon? Oh, that's one? Is that one? Oh. Um. Yeah, yeah. Okay, is it the one that has a stairway that goes to the online hub or something? So the online hub is the Norma. Come on, so too with the. Hold on.
Now I'm curious.
Monster. Monsteri Hunter to hub village. Jumbo village. Yeah, it's the one I'm thinking of, but I've never been there. I never experienced it myself. No, bro, I don't want to play Monster Hunter DOS. Building a village. What? Come on, no, dude, I'm already busy with 2 fucking forever games right now. Fuck off. 3. What's the first line of dialogue? 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. What happened? Here being the legendary Brighton Co. law officers. We've seen too much. Consultation. No. Who is this man? Yeah, next Saturday, we'll continue. Because otherwise we just stop like in the middle of an investigation or some shit. That won't be cool. Is Koji around? 7. How are you? How are you today? Damn, it's that easy, huh? Anything, Koji will fall asleep first, so don't feel too bad. This has got to be the composer for the Mega Man X games. PlayStation. Hardball at Scrabble. Digital, would you be willing to go use offline on Discord? Did he just die? He keeps doing this. So yes, make him an extra poster. Oh, okay. Dang. It just sounds like it. Sounds like I'm dashing with 0 and we're going jump noise. Yeah, we gotta find Koji. Wow. Well, why would he be snoozing? He was dancing earlier. Didn't want to interrupt the story by saying, yo, can we play DFF for this? Let him know. Oh, well, I mean, if he was dead, he was dead, you know what I mean? What could be done? Appa. Otherwise, the only other choice is to practice Black Mage. The only reasonable option, really. If Combat's still alive. Burn like a maniac. Dazka, when he said you were going to be doing Black Mage, well, when I saw you was playing fucking Kingdom Death, I was like, well... maybe it's gonna stop playing soon? I was in Maple Story for like 2 hours. He was going to leave? Well, they're putting the blame on me for not saying anything, but... Kaba wasn't even there in the first place, so what does that change, huh? Mouse. Well, it's true, man. We're losing so much prog. 10 hours. We could go for another 3 hours. It's only been an hour stream, a 4 hour stream. Yeah, I came in like an hour late. Because I was eating a hot dog while watching Best Loser play Portrait of Ruin. I can't get that chance because he can't. Well, Raga's still around. A Castlevania game today. I hope it was not Dead by Daylight. Vampire Survivors. Marble of Soul. Meow. Alright, well. No, I played. Okay, I recall seeing someone say playing some Vampire Survivors. Cause like the awkward thing is like if we start now halfway, then we're gonna finish the other one halfway, and then we'll have to like do the episode 3, and then like stop at like an awkward spot, and it's like it's just disjointed like that. Nice. You know, one of these cases is going to be 2 streamers regardless. True, but... Fine. Everyone's poo-poo break then? Is this gonna... There's 3 whole cases in this one. What the fuck you mean, bro? He's ERPing, Scott. There's nothing else to do in that game. Is Sue here so he plays the cutscene again? Well, it's been so long. I forgot everything that happened. Alright. One case, 2 case. This guy. Three case. Oof.
You die.
Two months have passed since we took a break. Since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. law offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there, you found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well, now, shall we begin?
Begin what?
Right, first things first, any special talents?
Talents?
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending, an unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Uh-huh. Go ahead, show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now.
What are you talking about? I can't just defend here.
First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks.
We want people to be laughing with us. Not at us.
Thanks.
But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think he came here to do? What? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright & Co. law officers, right? Oh! I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you?
I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes?
But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again?
What's the other read? Look, it says right there.
Oh. What does it say? Wright Talent Agency. Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, the WTA, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Chusey Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
And I'll keep flooding back. The trial. That girl.
What the hell? Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
Pick a card. Any card.
She looks more like a potato in that picture. That's right. She's my daughter. Chusey, right? Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Yo, these buttons are so new. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people? Does that include you? Chusey Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know. Right. Promise you come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Did he say you couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic. I'll give you that. So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it? No. I'm in charge of this whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? I was gonna say, 15? He's 32. How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year, my bad. Damn. I'm sure that's a good explanation.
Oh.
She broke the condom. What about Mr. Wright giving up law? It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
Eh?
You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy. Right, that reminds me about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yeah. He's on a strict bed rest until he gets better.
What?
Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in?
I'll pay him a visit.
Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close.
Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll,
Give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Damn, okay. You guys set up, huh? So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
eh? Visitors, are you?
Yeah. Are you the doctor?
Yep. Dr. Hicksfield's the name.
Good morning, doctor.
Oh, how you then, Trucy? Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah. Reception's gone for a morning checkup. I'll be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like to examine?
Doctor, the nurse was looking for you.
Right, you finished the daddy of the cure cell hanging down. Yes, I'll be off then. There, Trucy.
Yo, what is guys? Uh-oh. Wow. What an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. He's just an odd bird. True, true. It's fine. Mr. Wright. Mr. Apollo. Mr. Apollo? Here, do you want my CD? Yo! Huh? There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Is it... How about this? What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others.
What happened?
So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run? A hit and... You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was my sprained ankle. Really is as lucky as they say. You got fucking GTA 4, man. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Oh, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So, Why did you contact me? Well, what could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now.
Hey, I didn't ask you to be dragged. I didn't ask you to be dragged in like this.
Huh? But you did come into the office of your own free will anyway?
Well, yeah, of course.
Help! We're in big trouble here at the office.
Big! Thought someone was dying.
So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people. And one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall.
Hey! This isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid.
In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No! I can't! I just made friends! How could you do this to me? To us, Polly! Huh?
What?
Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Does being an attorney count as a talent?
Yeah. A talent that's strapping cash out of your clients.
All right, so who's the client? Yes. Here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. Then I got hit by a car. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint. Al dente's. C'est ta canary, babe. Ooh, ooh. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. What the hell's an Indochine pasta joint? I don't know. I just know there's a French band that under the name Indochine. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The scar peed off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Well, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you've found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. Was this a joke? Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. You look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. PayPal powered. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Mark the location of the action on your map. Find the criminal who knocked me into that telephone pole. Can't I thought I could talk about people to them. Alright, well, let's see what kind of luxury he's in. Brother. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice when I want my fingers to get stiff. Pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. Ah, how unfortunate. I rarely get a chance to play. Ah, Daddy, you stuck some grape juice in again? The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Juicy, look at the label. Oh, deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. Don't tell Juicy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. Dang old grape juice. Are these PS2 classics? A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. All children's action heroes shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh? Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. LOL. It's a dog shit bag. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. This booger flick attack is big hit with a great school crowd. I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know? Yeah. Try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story, like a lot of things actually. Mr. Wright's bed, it's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Yikes!
She's attempting to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let the word get out. Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, I might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Now look at the plant? No. My guy's going to kill him with the Steel Samurai DVDs if he doesn't get his backlog, man.
Like a ninja in throwing stars.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Hey.
How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Good morning. Who is it? Oh.
Hey there, Trushy doll. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, eh?
All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client?
Hey, so this that Apollo fellow, eh?
Oh, yes? The name's Apollo.
Look at me there. The arms are crossed like, ready to fight.
Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you?
The boss told me that what I need, all right? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down, Apollo.
Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense? Your noodle half-cooked. It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen.
Noodle? You know Mr. El Dune from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please.
No, of course I don't know him. You doing these parts?
Not really.
Then you know the best noodles in town. El Dune's Noodles.
Whose noodles?
My noodles. Help me out there, Trushy doll.
This is Mr. Guy El Dune, our client. Yo, he's the noodle guy? Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. El Dune?
Nothing for you, Trushy doll.
Noodle Yug, my bad.
Who's this guy?
So, you run a noodle stand, mister?
El Dune. Guy El Dune's the name. And noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half.
Oh, That's not that long, really.
My family been noodle man for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
Hey, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked on their livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy.
So, it was like destiny that he became what you are.
Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. And in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
Not a mental image I care to linger on.
So last year, I saw in my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Aldoon's noodles.
So, tell me more about Eldoom's noodles.
You don't know the genius are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt.
I really don't want to find out. Eddie's a regular at his noodle stand.
He frequented my pop's stand back during his attorney days too.
Yeah, the name did seem familiar.
Yep, him and his assistant.
I'm sorry, y'all. Be sure to drop by your stand soon.
Wish you could, Sonny. Yeah, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl of bout now.
Yeah, he was there during the Tiger Man. The fake Phoenix case, I think. What do you mean?
It was stolen! My stand gone!
Stolen?
It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle.
It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
He's just trying to burn me in.
That sounded more like the blues than a whistle.
I closed out my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, he was coming. My key, my castle. Oh!
But maybe some bum card at all? Guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. With that stand unfinished. All my noodle bowls were in there too.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck.
Good? Huh?
Wait, what?
What exactly is your request?
My noodle stand, find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Cause I make it so hot and salty, noodles will kill me. Then I'd really need the fans.
Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective.
This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Get it back today if you can, Apollo. I got noodles to make.
Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves? Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this.
Listen to the lady's little problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? With even the skullduggery?
Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Panties?
Eh?
So they were, stolen. Your, my panties, yes. Right. Panties.
That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. Then a thief came and took them. My favorite panties. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted.
Wait!
Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost them. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
Dog crime shame. Yep.
Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient.
I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand, there's an empty bowl in their future, Paolo.
Right.
Yeah, about Trusty Doll here too, you hear?
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases.
I guess.
Let's see where we stand.
Not in the courtroom, that's weird.
Well, the first item on our list, Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item, Bill Eldon's request to find a stolen stand.
For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles.
And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, through the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic?
Aren't you enthusiastic?
How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see. Hit and run, stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties.
Mamma mia.
A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of the boxes for cutting people in half? That's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV, but why is this one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Pretty cool furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. Blue silk hat, just like one Trucy is wearing. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please. Last thought from my mind, honest. I put it there so clients can see and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat. Yeah, plus she gets extra MP from it. And if she loses it because she's playing on the hardcore, then she has a backup. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. Refocus. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude.
Huh? But I thought those words.
There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on the top of the photo. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. But you can't play the piano while this junk on. Oh, no one plays here anyway. And the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can't play.
Now what's up about this floating fork? Whoa, that fork is floating.
Not. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in the restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti.
Fair enough.
It's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. I'm not so bad with one myself, actually. I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with it? Show me!
Huh? I have no idea how. It's a normal hula hoop, isn't it? That's spaghetti.
Wouldn't mind some noodles myself. Any kind of pasta. Freaking ramen and now this. You can make it in the coffee machine. In the boiler, I mean. That table doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table. So like you make this teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot changes. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. Yo, the fake plants? Don't touch Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie? He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Huh. Mr. Charlie. Right. Now take care of him. I guess they weren't fake.
Lots of noodles in this case. You have to use your noodle if you want to crack it.
Well said. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here too. One trick a day? Magic for idiots. You think a pro magician would aim a bit higher?
Oh, guys, that time here. The more the merrier. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Drago. Kitaki. So this is where Mr. Harai got hit by a car. I think this is as most as I saw with Caleb, and then I fucking had to leave for work, and then I never caught another stream afterwards. According to the map, this is the place.
What a huge mansion.
Apollo, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. What the hell going on over there? Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something?
Whoa, that husky voice.
Oh, why am I suddenly sweating? Husky. Husky voice. If someone's voice husky is low and rather rough, often in an attractive way. It's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money.
Oh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. Huh? You, kid with the hair. You want something?
Me? No, not a thing. Arr. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something?
The Kitaki family.
They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town.
If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough.
What? Right.
Yay, way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear?
I'm Plum. Plum Kitaki. Wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Lil Plum.
I'm Little Apollo Justice. Attorney-at-law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. The Kitaki? Lil Plum? It's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes?
Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems a little bit neat, a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures.
Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters.
Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here.
The bad guys. I like the sound of that.
Gonna need some warm tea after this.
It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So you're saying that business is in a slump? Not ask about business if we can help it, please. So, there was supposedly a car accident here last night.
Last night?
Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait.
Yes?
You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away?
That's my daddy.
I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case,
it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Ah,
Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
it was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned a corner and sped away. We're in the middle for painting our wall, you see.
I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. Why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want.
Don't be such a stiff flower, boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image.
Yes.
But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I avail myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? What if she means that trash can? Yes. Oh. Have it backwards every time.
Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about.
What's that offense? Let's not think about it, okay? Sorry. Well. Let's look over here first, really. Wow, what a big house. And the gate is so big. Taki family's pretty big around these parts. I like the fox. It's so cute.
Ah, that's our family crest from the old country.
Your family crest?
We're clever as the fox and our teeth are sharp.
So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. How about the scales of justice or lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. Yeah, that's the whole door. It looks like Germany landed on here. Damn, there's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy?
That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring that scoundrel by, would you?
Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess.
You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess.
Oh, I wish I could say cool things like that.
I'll bet you do.
Not if my teeth weren't shattering so hard. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall.
That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far.
The third? Ball sack cut off.
The first will paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So
No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Yoinks! Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story. You know? There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Oh wait, that doesn't look like anyone familiar. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident.
Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through his park on my way home.
Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite a determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, miss, stay out of the park.
He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer?
No, no, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney.
Something wrong?
Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report.
Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? How do you want to comment on how people are dressed? And these kids are?
Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers.
Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not. I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Huh? One of those of experimental Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy.
That hurt, man.
Yeah, why don't you say it, Tars, huh? Try to keep out the riffraff if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will. Open the history. Alright. Try to say it. Hydroxyase lunodicitrase. Done. Yeah, he really did say it, huh?
How are we going to get more information like this?
Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh, yes, that nice woman. Suppose quite a gulper, huh?
That wasn't so tough, was it?
There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. The detective's eye sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. The mirror. You look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it wasn't torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. It was torn off, I mean. That's not real. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, he took off its own mirror? It took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? Fuck. Can we go back and grab a bag? That's so shit. Americus Clinic. What is stinky? The bottom is covered with paint. What's that stretch? Huh? What's this weird shape here? Looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. I got paint on my hand. Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Ugh. Huh? The spot here is black. I wonder what that is. Doesn't look like paint. I'll be a sniffer. I'm guessing this... Oh, it's not all the same intractable. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here.
Hey, how's that no one goes there? Unless you want a face full of hydroxy, what the what's it?
Oh, nice. People Park. Huh, kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Huh? Oh yeah, it says donated by Big Winds Kitaki. You mean the Kitaki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. That's That's very normal though, right? Oops. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street?
Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You're kidding.
What a morning. Trouble everywhere, the park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter when I hear about it.
Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house?
Bloomers last night.
Huh? Got a bad feeling about this.
Me, little Pumpkin Taki, the victim of a panty snatcher.
What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen?
Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
No, of course not. Mercy.
I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common.
It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Mrs. Kitaki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Miss Kitaki's panties. I know, we'll find your bloomers too.
Great, show me what you're made of.
If you got me into this time, Trucy. Yeah? That girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too.
Miss.
Huh? Here, our flyer. Right? Anything agency. What? The right? Anything agency? Anything agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? That was something was weird about it. So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by office, we'll be waiting. Goodbye. What? Why did you give her a flyer? I don't know, she seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Huh? Oh. See out of town and stand theft. So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldin's house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? There's a sign, Miraculous Clinic. 3 shots for the price of 1. Wow. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? No one snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Oh, there you are, Sonny. Oh, that's why they meant with gay. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet.
The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that.
Bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment, more like punishment. So your Stan, Eldon's Noodles, was it?
Hey, passed down from father to son. That Stan Stevens chair salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say.
But high blood pressure does too. So, your Stan, Eldon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the sand was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a Stan, I lost a legend.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the Stan?
You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying town. I was. Smell of broth filled the streets. They couldn't salt it. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon.
Guess he's not aiming for that late night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. The work started early.
That many people eat noodles for breakfast?
I washed up on the salty shores of ruination. I'd stand up my whole life in it, and my whole being.
Took everything.
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they left one bowl. Look, they're on the ground.
If you don't find that sin today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets spilling that bowl, my last bowl.
Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it. That's why a thief who snatched my panties ran to.
That's a crying shame, guys. They should have to steal, making it in my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties.
The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you?
I wouldn't put it past that good for nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out the garage thoroughly. I present. No clues here. Thatdog.com. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy.
Yep, sure does, named Spoon. It's a she, by the way.
Spoon doesn't seem so lively.
She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's right. Poor little thing.
Apollo, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. This house is, well, it's old.
It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though, just like my soup.
I always thought that character was a positive thing. Tarp.
That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with that blue tarp there.
So use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night. Let's see. You see? What? Did you forget about why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet.
It wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers you mean. Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all.
Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon?
Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodle. The more absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon, it's gonna taste just like noodle.
Wow, it does smell like noodles.
Now my elbow's gonna take it away from my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy. I'm begging you.
I'll do this noodles mascot. Where? Oh, look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off. You must have painted it on by a hand with warm professional care. They're buying the cheapest paint you can find with cold professional thrill. How about this one then? Sheldon's newest mascot, Mr. Salty. He's so cute. Not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, he looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? Paint. This is lead paint. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on the here. Ooh. Not for everyone. It's quite a sign. Take it that's new as opposed to old. Ah, you like it? Made my chef right there. I meant to write noodles, but it ran out of space. Fire planning prevents poor performance. Okay, for me, it spells a word all by itself. It spruces up my image, it does. Does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. No. It's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Miss Eldon's houses are practically in the dark here. It's the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Bath needs sun. Red rats. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a big profit. Seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Thatdog.com. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Miraculous Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks close. Maybe on the vacation today? Funny, haha. Looks like that have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Oh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe the tax evaders. Oh, sorry, miss. No going to the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Miraculous Clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is their neighbor, after all. And we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet.
Anyone's at risk of getting someone food poisoning.
That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. Doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him.
Wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that.
Now, do you want to talk about this? You scooch right in.
Oh, step ladder.
This is the place. This is where that Panty Snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties. Trucy? Did you try not saying panties so many times? Respect the tradition. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on. Step ladder? How is that different from a regular ladder then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing. Hey, can we talk about something else? Lord. Get it all? Someone's there! Oh, it's just gold painted human skeleton. It's a human skeleton. Painted gold? Gold G finally answered. There's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Oh? Just warn him that it is no longer needed. A cat. Hey, kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow. It's a real one? It's not coming down. You do look kind of suspicious if you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Meow. Yeah, Cold G. We wanted to play DF after the first chapter, but you weren't there, so decided to continue. And now we'll have to cliffhanger, bro. Something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. Yeah, 12 minutes. That was like too much. We're going crazy. I was about to practice Black Mage on stream, dude. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. What if it belongs to the doctor here? We should bring it to him later. Jennifer. Hey, stop being a goblin. That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Huh? Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow! I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in there! What? Wait a second, are these your... Ah! My panties! What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on? Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa, where'd that come from? That boy getting your panties. And I didn't get in the tailpipe. The panties on... Oh. She just... Okay. She did a magic trick. My panties are in extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. Not that I can think of. No? Then what are you smiling about? Oh, I wasn't smiling. It was just the dust in here. I thought I was going to sneeze. Wachoo! Don't make faces that... Wachoo! That's so misleading then. I know yawns are contagious, but burps? Well, I'm sure there's gotta be a clue somewhere. Let's keep checking things out. Do we have to grab that thing? There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Oh, I thought I could check the panel there. So that should be all there is to be. You wanna be me? Fuck. My bad. Sorry to perturb. Sorry to perturbities. Spit a little bit is this. Just one place, one spot for either steppers or a mirror, but a bowl is fine. What's up with that, huh? You're right over there. That doesn't make enough sense. Or now that's a cue. I think I do have the clue you've got in mind. No clues here. Let's get clean off. I wonder what's in there. No, there are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. What? Are you okay? It's just a little joke. Don't scare me like that. You mean don't shock you? Zap. Take that! Throws it at her. My clue is this. Oh, shit. Yo, we got Shadowrun music in this? Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out.
Two pieces of garbage with paint on them.
Doesn't this go on a car? It's a shiny mirror. Looks like it was torn off and inspected to something or someone.
Well, looks like we've just solved the case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yeah. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Jeez, thanks, Trucy. Apollo! Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long. Knowing him. Okay. Doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Meow. Play. Play. What, you want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? The case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side while you work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If we don't need the police, then we don't need defense attorneys either, right? Fine. I'll look for your panty snatcher. Mouse. Well, do we have any leads? One moment. Alakazam! Alakazing! Where'd all this evidence come from? What happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. What? Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old Daddy-O get some well-deserved RER. R&R. They elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? They did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, you see. They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Looked like someone had something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not a concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find a noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks. Really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties. That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Meowch. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Look, my panties, they came home to Mama. Thanks, Apollo. I was worried about them too. Trucy special ordered those. A startling display of parental concern. I'd hate to have to buy a new pair. Make that a not so startling display of cheapskated. So this was the thing that led you to the car. Yes, sir. The mirror you knocked off was just a clue we needed. Good work, Apollo. Of course, you might say. I was the one who made solving that case possible. You don't get points for knocking off a car barrier. It's actually a relief to be so thoroughly ignored. Help! Help! Oh, I'm stupid. Look at this cute little rat trap. I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details for one. They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. No. Yeah. Some bloomers for sure. Something the matter? I was just wondering if there was like a switch on these. Of course not. Huh? Mysterious. Oh, do you want to know the secret of my panties? No thanks. Who uses magic panties on the stage show anyway?
Yo.
You the woman from the Kitaki place. Yes.
I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please.
Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand or your panties? No, I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? So, what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something, Miss Kitaki. I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that.
What happened?
I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park near the Kitaki Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. Your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name is Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Well, that's quite the photo. I know how he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my walkie, please. Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. Prepared a letter of request. I knew you need those. Letter of request from Aita Yala for the legal defense of her fiance, Walkie Kitaki. Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. Meow. An attorney's badge, so you really are a defense attorney. Please, I'm counting on you. I need your help. How about this bowl? What's this bowl for? Where is he at? Oh. Oh. Ollie, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins.
Herm, you need something?
Yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Walkie Kitaki.
Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could you take a while?
Drat. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. That security camera is looking at me. I wonder if they tape all of this. Security guard. He stands here watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. I'm not even sure if he's breathing. Could believe. Hey, SCP. I was gonna say CBS. Thought you mentioned. So this is it. My first murder crime scene.
Oh, it's you kids again. Can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here.
Letter for... Huh? Hit request. Why does it say hit request on it?
Stitya must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through.
What? Oh, it's you, Mr. Gavin.
Huh? Who's this guy? I must say I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I've felt this way with a man. Mr. Gavin? Frolin, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a small place? Can I help? Yes, the policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted. Send it out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Oh, really? By your leave, officer.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Very well. This way, Frolin.
Frolin.
What about me? Hey, what about me? On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? That's the wind, Frolin. I'll be riding on it. Whoa, he drove off. Who was that? Apollo, look!
A corpse.
What? Hey, is this a mannequin? Wow, it sure got me. That's exactly what it is you're doing here. Sky? I mean, not Sky. Who is she? Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, the scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request? One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. That scientific analysis says this was written by Ali Tatiana. Thanks. Took you 3 minutes to figure that out? So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand. So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky? Detective Emma Sky, this guy. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs just in case. Hey. No? Don't use them. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Bad that's voice acting. We're not making progress here. Can I listen to that again? Must be very busy. Okay, click. No. You must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Yeah? We're not making much progress here. Okay, well, how about the defendant? Detective Sky? Yo, Super Munch? Yo, she's snacking there. Well, that was fruitful. Or pickleful. Can't you see that I am extremely busy? Eating snacks, yes. Busy eating snacks, I'd say. This is going nowhere fast. Going through the same experience I did. I mean... Everyone went through snack time. I don't know what to say. How else could it have gone? So you gonna stop me? Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals, scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo? My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find at least. Ah! Oh, what a big scoop! Apollo, look! That's Stan! It says Eldune. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing Stan at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Those... No. Thought there could be some bloomers in there. Well, I guess that's it for us. What? You're hopeless. Leaves. Impressive gate befitting the Kitaki mansion. Look at the nameplate, Kitaki. Oh, let's change our name. How about WAA? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think? No comment. I guess we just get dialogue without Mrs. Plum. Careful, dragon turns its baleful gaze in my direction, as if to say, abandon all here, yo, here, enter here. Don't worry, Mr. Dragon. Me and Hope haven't been on speaking terms for a while. Several colors of paint have been splashed across the gate. Almost all dry. It's gonna be tough to clean. Let me guess, he ain't gonna be here. Oh, Mr. Eldoon. Hello. Looks like he left. We found his stand and everything. What about a free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. Oh, so sorry. Oh, what a bummer. Guy Eldoon's dog doesn't look too lively. They say dogs and their owners resemble each other. I guess there are exceptions. This Eldoon's house has seen better days. I'm betting I've eaten better noodles. No drum for catching rainwater. Ah, sparrow just flew over. Oh man, that was just disgusting. Something tells me this wasn't the first time. Sparrow's favorite toilet. This must be his business sign. It reads no. Maybe that's how the kids are spelling new these days. Never felt a tap at the hipster marketing. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. It's hard to make out the sign in the shade from the clinic next door. The blue tar Mr. Eldoon used to cover his noodle stand. Rob of its purpose. Flows in the wind. Alone. Front entrance to the Merrick Clinic. Walls and posts are so highly polished I can see my face in them. Oh, dang, my hair looks good. Police car is parked in front of the Merrick Clinic. It's empty. The police must be investigating. Looks like this is a banner for some campaign. 3 shots for the price of 1? I don't see people lining up for that. Hello? What if he came back and then he killed me? That would be so bad. Whoops. Oh, is this yours? Oh, it's not? Interesting. Let me guess, he's not gonna be here. Oh. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who? Me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem. Oh, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Murder. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand. I mean, used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyways? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. Sky connection. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That will make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Paul, tell me about this Prince of Trucy's. And those are concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier, what a lovely name. He's still dreamy. Didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, the detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Alright. I don't know why I keep thinking I had an extra item, but I don't.
Me imbibing the concentrates.
So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. It's getting more and more suspicious. Alleged ability to improve detectives mood. Detectives. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Let's flip it around first. Whee! Whee! The bottle has a label on it. Can you read it? Not a word. I'm not sure I speak whatever language this is written in. That's too bad. I guess we're stuck with this mysterious bottle of white powder. Yeah, I don't know what that says. Guess I can't read it, huh? Shit. How am I gonna play this game? Does this ring any bells? Is that... It couldn't... Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. I will desk for print. Well, she's quite eager. Was quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now, except it was a real body. But why? What was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Maratkis. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. A single bullet to the right temple. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... How old is Emma now? 25? Walkie-talkie. She doesn't look 21. Huh? You! Take that! Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of the Eldun's Noodle. This is Mr. Eldun himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. Doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Oh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs. Just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but... I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around violently in a detention center. I see. He was arrested in the first place. You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Huh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Victim Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why, Smile?
Don't ask me.
This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the newsstand thief?
What do you think? You think someone killed him because he stole it?
Yeah! Taking care of business, the Plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please.
Why don't you know the answers already, dude?
It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise.
Oh, lingo.
The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him.
Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol?
Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this ship. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate.
Yeah, he's just playing for me.
What? Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose the fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to now analyze. Not that one, I guess.
Well, she told me I could choose.
Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the top of the print with a press of space, see? Like this. The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. The blow? Aluminum. It's like whistling. You don't know how to whistle? Don't you? You know how to whistle, will you? Just use our and... Wow, amazing! It's like magic. Isn't it, though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder.
Where is it?
Good, clear, quite impressive. Next, to match the print, the police office has samples you can tell whose finger this print belongs to.
That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print.
Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. What? We've seen this man before. This guy. Very good. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. Trial hasn't even started. I'm already losing.
Walkie's Prince.
And this is Mr. Eldon's newsstand, obviously. It does say Eldon in big letters, doesn't it? That mark on his paper lantern there looks familiar. It's going to be a little weird telling him, what with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right! Congratulations, Apollo! And leaves us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here. I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put these tarps here after all. There's gotta be a good clue or 2 around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at fanning panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. These have been stolen too? Distinctive bloomers, to say the least. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do, but we have a witness and a knife with prints. I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this mission. Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Meow, 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 meow. I don't think we need to. Do we not? Don't mind me, I'll be waiting over here. Just so we're clear, searching through trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? Oh, I guess we don't need the slippers. With the obvious toe prints on them. Not letting anyone to the crime scene. The guard at the entrance is humming a song. He's got rhythm, actually. Maybe he plays in a band. Looks like that woman's still causing trouble.
Look, no one goes in. That means you.
Oh, what's the difference? Let me go.
Sorry.
That's it. I'm suing. But I might change my mind for $5.
What is she, some kind of con artist? People Park. Apparently, this park was the gift of the Kitaki family. A friendly people park brought to you by organized crime. A very naughty part of me is tempted to write "We Kill" on the left side of the sign. Yo, what the fuck, man? You're about to defend one of them.
What the fuck, bro? Sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done.
But we still have 3 minutes.
I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking, he's talking in the private room with her.
Father? You mean like a priest?
I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kentucky himself.
Not someone I care to meet.
Die, you! You're the one on your way out. Oh. Ah, they're here.
Oh, fuck. Whoa. This guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron?
You Monkey's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kentucky, 4th head of the Kentucky family. Capiche? Capiche?
Actually, I came to speak to your son.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yes, I'm all about capiche. Capiche loud and clear.
You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
What's up, G-Man? Yeah, I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clinic. I like it here. You must be walkie? A G's not a G till he does a hard time, bizoy. You'll see when I get out of here. Things will change.
Silence. Ooh. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Pronounce the J as just an S. Yeah, capiche. That's what I've been doing. You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it.
I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Now let me down tomorrow.
So much for talking to our client. But we made so much progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun at least. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, I almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. Oh. Capici Capucci. Shit, is this a good stopping point? Feels like, hey, we go hungry. Feels like whoa. The day's not even over, man. Oh. We're not in trial right now. We're on trial. Okay, maybe, dude. This is exactly why I didn't want to happen. Fuck. I mean, it's just the first trial. It shouldn't be too long, would it? Mayor. Hog show. It is 3 a.m. And not the losers, the viewers are disappearing. The hog showing. We'll have to do a snapshot of everything we've done. Remember for next time. Okay, panties, perfect. That's all there is to know. Alright, now we stop for good. Next Saturday, we'll continue, of course. Thursday, surely more Dokapon, right? Friday, more Neopets. Hell yeah. Ugh. My voice needs to rest anyways. It's all reading and it's all of not stopping reading. So I felt my head just going nuts. Yeah, 17 every day. As always. Hey. Crazy sound effect. All right. Well, thanks for coming in. Good stream next week. More. And hopefully not 1 hour late as well. That would help. I would definitely. Well, I hope you enjoyed. Hope my voice acting was the best you've ever heard, Billy. And my spelling was perfect. And all that. Whatever, I'm gonna go shit. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye bye.